Okay. Okay, it's recording now. So I'm going to recap the previous example that I was working on. Is a calculator and actually running right now just to show you how it works. Here we have two operands. Both are integers, and the operator is just the regular operators like sum, subtract, multiply, divide. And when we hit on the button calculate, we are gonna have the result. Let's say if I put 5, 4, and there is a sum, calculate. Oh, 5, 4, 10 is not correct. Sorry. 5, 4, 10. Maybe I just um, the result is in here. Model view. Okay, that's maybe I will refresh this. Okay, because this is operand 2. That's why. Okay, so I will restart this just to make sure that it works well. So I will run it again. This is still launching the application. Okay, if I put the same 5, 4, it has to be 9. Obviously, the result of operation is 9. And if I go back, do subtraction, it's going to do the subtraction, the multiplication, and the division. So how actually works? Yesterday, I just create the project. Maybe I could create it again, but just to show you how it works is first of all, I create a model, which is the calculator. In this model, I put the fields needed for the model, operand 1, operand 2, and operator. Here, I actually put some rules, constraints in here. I only allow numbers from 1 to 100. This is a special rule that I can apply in this one. Also for the operand 2 is also allow just this range of numbers. Then I also change the display, so the label that we show in the web page, not to be just operand 1 without any space, instead having something that is more um, suitable for that, so it's more meaningful. Operand space 1, and the same thing for operand space 2. So this model is a simple model, and when I got this model, I did some I create my controller. In the controller, I the first action that is created when you create a controller is the index action in here. So it doesn't have any code in it. It's just a regular index action that is created by the template from Visual Studio. From there, this index action is by default using the get method. Even if it's not specified, it's using the get method. If I would like to specify that, I just add HTTP get. So it's equivalent just to mention the get method or not to mention the get method. Yesterday I had some problems with the HTTP post that didn't work. It was because there was something here in the operation that didn't work. So it didn't allow me to just referentiate the this class, but HTTP post is it comes from this namespace system.web.mbc. So pretty much every single controller that we create has already that namespace referentiate in every controller. So um, I, it was no need to just add the reference. Um, but still, in this case, we know that this calculator at the beginning we only have the get method, so it's just the landing page without anything. But in this case, when I create this controller, we didn't have any view. So the way that I create the view was just right click, add view, and or by default it just selected the MVC5 view, add, and then from here I just create a view, which was the index view. And in this index view, we have the choice to create like template. So I chose edit template because the edit template has almost all the fields inserted already in there. And then I have the access to add the model. In this case, the model that I create was calculator. So I select calculator. And then yesterday also I just unchecked the reference script libraries. It has to be checked because these script libraries are going to be used to support the validations. It's going to use the jQuery validation that we have in our project. So if we don't referentiate this, the validation won't work. So it needs to be there. And then by default, it's going to use the default layout page. And then I click add. When I click add, it just creates my view. It creates the view with everything in it. So it was like the model that we use in that view it was the calculator model. So by default, it's going to be referenced at the top of the page. So here is the instruction is add model and the reference to the model. So it's in our MVC sample one project, models namespace, calculator class. So that's how we referentiate the model. Then when we already got the model in the view, so we are able to use it. So the model was used in here just to get the operand 1, the operand 2, and the operator just for the label. And this is the validation that when we check on the creation of the view, that will add into our view in order to do the validations. Here, there is a slightly difference between the operands and the operator because when I add by default the operator, it just show the operator as a text box. So we don't want the operator to be anything. It has to be something that is meaningful for an operator, like the sum, the subtraction, the multiplication, and the division. So I just create by hand with HTML code and select element, HTML element, where I put all the options, the sum, subtract, multiply, I divide, and divide. But how how can get this to work in MVC is just by the ID and the name of the HTML control. In this case, we know that our model is the field is operator. So I just specify the ID operator and the name operator. So in that case, I'm sure that um, this HTML element, when we send the data to the server, is going to be field in the operator field. So the data that we select, let's say the sum, if we select the sum, is going to retrieve the plus sign. If we select the divide, the division sign, and so on. So in here, we have the submit button. This submit button is going to send the information to the server by this form. As you can see, HTML begin form without any parameter. What it does is that is going to send the information to the controller that just fire this view, or just is going to do a post for the same URL, but it's going to be an HTTP post. So at the beginning, we have only the HTTP GET for this page, but in order to make it work, we need the HTTP post. For that, I need to specify HTTP post in the action in order to handle the post in this page. So when I get the information, it's going to be serialized into our model. In this case, our model is calculator. I can just put a breakpoint in here just to show you how it works. So in here, if I put 3, 4, the sum, or maybe multiply, and then calculate, it's going to go to the post method. And from here, the model is going to be, this model is going to be filled with the information that we send to the post, serialized into this object. If I just expand this, I don't know if you can see clear, but here it says operand 1 equals 3, operand 2 equals 4, and operator is if the multiplication sign. So is the star. So in here, when we got this, I can choose by the operator, in this case multiplication, and then I have the result. And the result is just a simple double object. So in here, what do we need to just show the result? We need also a view to show the result. So in here, I just create a new view directly in here. So I right click add new add view, and I put the name result. And in this particular view, I just mentioned that the model is going to be only a double because I only receive a double as a result in our controller. So I will pass the double, and when I would like to access to that value, I just mention add model, and it's going to hold the value of the operation, the result of the operation. So in here, I just going to the view result, and I'm passing the result, which is 12. And when I continue, is going to present the result. The result of the operation is 12. You can click on here and go back to the operations, and we can just operate like this. Another thing also in here, if I go to the source code, you can see that there are things that has been created. In here, we know that we have in our index HTML our HTML begin form, and that will be rendered as a form action like this, okay, with the method post by default. And then we know that every single attribute in our model, in this case operand 1, operand 2, is using some helpers in order to present the information. Here it will present the label, and then it's going to present the to show the text box. So in here, if we go back to the HTML, it's going to be rendered like this. First, the label, as you can see here, operand 1, and then the text box in here, which is this one. This large text box is until here. But something is something is like additional in this kind of element or HTML input. We are not only creating the text box just ID operand 1 and name operand 1. We also, and even the type equal number, we also enforce the rules that we put in the model. As you can see, in the model we define rules for the operand 1. If I recap in this model, we define a range. So if I go back to the HTML, it's going to just put that information. In here it says the field operand 1 must be a number. So enforces that to be a number because we define in our model that is going to be an integer. Also it says the error message for the range, define this attribute data val range with the field operand 1 must be between 1 and 100, and even it also determines what is the maximum number that we are allowed to put inside the text box and what is the minimum. And also by default is just putting this value as a require. So whenever we want to just validate, let's say I put anything inside the values, I calculate, and is going to just enforce the rules that we put in the model. Because it's a number, is by default required, but if we put, let's say, something more than 100, let's say 120, by default already, it mentions the field operand 1 must be between 1 and 100. So the same thing for this one. And it's going to enforce by default those rules that we put on the model already in our user interface, and we didn't need to specify anything. It just comes from the model, and we don't need to just write down the JavaScript necessary to show this kind of validation. So it's by default like that. And how is working is because the project by default is using the library, the jQuery validation library with the Ajax and Intrusive. Also, it helps, and it allows us to just put some validation rules in our model and not having to code anything in the client side. So it's less code for us, so it's much simpler to work on it. And also, as you can see in the source code, this was created because we just use the HTML helpers inside of the view. In here we have the HTML helper editor 4 that is going to dynamically determine, okay, what kind of element I need to write in the HTML, and what could be the rules that are going with this element too. So, and the validation message for is just to show the the validation. In any case, if we don't pass the validation, it's going to show the error message associated to it. But it's not the case for this operator, as you can see, because the operator, I just did it manually. I didn't, I just created manually. So, but for me, it's not necessary just to um, specify like a validation for it, because I provide all the values um, required for this kind of element. So it's that's why I didn't specify also the this as a using the helper and the HTML helpers in this kind of project is ASP.NET MVC project. So, and do you have any questions about this? Is clear for you?
Yes, in the result view, what is at model?
Yes, at model, it represents the data that we are able to manage on this view, because at the very top, maybe I can put it in the very top of the view. The view supports the model as a value double. So add model represents that value, the double, the double that we pass from our controller. If I go to the controller here, we specify the view, but also specify the value that we are going to pass to that view. So this value must be a double, which is the result of the operations. So in here, when I go render this result view, it's going to receive the result as a double, and then add model is the double.
And what if I want to specify multiple values, double string? It will be at model string on the new line.
Um, in that case, we mostly manage only one model. So the model maybe, yes, the model has to be uh, like an object, a class. So like in the first view that I just create, you see that in this view we have the model calculator inside of it. So this calculator is a class that I define as a model that has many values. So many values inside of it. It's like many values or many fields. So if I would like to just have different kind of or different values, so different many structures inside of it, I need to define it first as a model, one model, and I can put as many fields as I want. If I don't want that and just have something that is more general or accept anything, I will put like object in here, but it's not meant to do that, because we are not meant to do that just object, because we enforce that every single result or every single view or controller to have like a strongly typed element. So this is a strongly typed because we specify the type of the value that we want to render. Um, but obviously it could have done differently too. So even I can I can implement differently this result by just specifying, like in the controller here, I don't specify the value, and and I use only the viewback. Viewback dot result equals our result, and from there I can use, like here, viewback dot result. I don't specify any model here, and it should work the same. But for me, it's not like a clean way to do things. I prefer passing the objects and having just strongly typed objects instead of just passing view back. And it's not, for me, it's not proper, but there are many cases that maybe it could be harmful to just use the view back instead of uh, a particular object. So I will just run the calculator. Takes a while. If I put 8 and 9, I do the sum, calculate. Okay, it's going here. It's going to present the value, 17. So it's another way to do things, but I will prefer, instead of using the view back, but the view back is more intended to be used as a helper for us in the user interface, but for me is more like complying with the MVC and everything, just to pass the actual model, the value. So it's
And
going to
and
comply
why
with that.
you declare in first line model in lowercase and use it in sixth line with the
In
uppercase?
here,
Yeah.
yes, is
It
maybe it's a
works
typo.
the
Yes,
both way. Okay.
before. Oh, no, it was uppercase. It was uppercase. Yes, I didn't
So
test
we
that.
have to
It was
declare in
right.
lowercase and use it with uppercase.
Yes, it's just for the syntax in here, is just to declare what kind of type we are going to use
And
in our view, and then we use it like this.
and if the model contains multiple variables, how can I use it? At in line 6, at model dot variable name, like this. If the model not double, if model calculator, for example, if you
Yes.
add in your model calculator variable result.
Yes. What can we do? Let's say I can create, let's say, another model, a complex, just as I did yesterday, but we can just recap on that. I can create, let's say, a student model at, in this I can define, let's say, two properties. The first is going to be the name, and then is going to be the institution. And from here I can just create a controller at new controller. It's going to be a entity controller. It's going to be a student controller. the scaffolding is going to generate code for us. And from here, I can define, let's say, a view, add view, add, and in this view, I'm going just to do it like an empty view, add. Okay. From here, because we already have everything, we have the view, we have the action. This action is going to render the view. So I'm going to create in the view, in this view, the model. I'm going to referentiate. So it's going to manage like the student model. In here, I can specify name, add model dot name, institution dot add model dot institution. Okay. So in here, if I create just a student object, student equals new student, name equals was yesterday John Smith, institution equals about college, and then pass it to our view. We know by default if we don't specify it's going to be to the index view. If I run this, I'm sorry. If I go to the layout, maybe here I can add student index controller name. No, it was controller name. Index student, and here student index. Index student, sorry. Action controller name student. So in here, if I run this, by default it's going to be in the calculator, but I have a link to the student. Takes a while. Okay, if I click on the student, as you can see, say name John Smith, institution about college. Okay, I didn't put a break, but you get the idea.
Yeah, but we cannot use several models in one view. Yeah, only one model.
Only one model, but it could be a model that could be composed with many kind of many other models too. So I can create just a
helper model.
I can create like another model on top of that, or maybe if just I didn't mention that before, but is also current in ASP.NET MVC. We use something is called view models. So the view models are handled by the user interface or by the views. So it's just a naming convention or a name just we put it because it's a regular model as we create the regular models, but we can create like view models that can have also models that are composed by other models, so by many models. So it depends on how you manage the information in your views. If you want to manage just flat with one kind of object, you just have directly the properties from that object. If you want to manage like more hierarchical or more complex objects, you can put like another object. Let's say I will create like public list grades, let's say, and just have something like that. So having another object in here. So it's just the student is more complex. It's not just using like regular fields like simple ones. It's using also other objects inside of it. And we can go as many hierarchies as possible. So it's just you hold one model that is going to hold all your data with many other models inside of it.
Okay. And last question. In the calculator controller, you have a action result. Do you use it?
Okay. Yes. If I go back to the controller for the calculator, yes, I use it because uh, yes, because in here I just okay. Yes, you're right about it because I don't need to have uh, this kind of
We can delete it and it will work, I think, suppose.
yes. But I did the test, and it was like the routing when I just referentiate this. Let's say we have our view. It's only the view, and we have the result. Okay, the view and the result. It forced me to add the just this, but we can just remove it because for me it doesn't make any sense just to create another action in order just to um, put some information into the view.
Yeah.
It's not, it doesn't make sense. So in here, view result. Uh, okay, okay. I think I think there is a reason for that. There is a reason for that, but we're going to cover later on in this course because there are different kind of views, not only the regular views. There are also the partial views. So the partial views are reusable. So they are reusable. Maybe in that sense, in MVC, we just need to define that view. We need to define the action for that view in order to make it work. But it doesn't make any sense for me to add that kind of action. Calculator controller takes a while. And also this example of calculator is not complete. I'm going to adjust it to a different way. So that's 11 and then run it. And
No, it's
yes,
fine. Yeah.
yes, it's fine. Yes, another thing, yes, As you can see in this example, also in the not the result, is going to be not that index, the another index. So in here, I think this is kind of incomplete, or maybe it's not using HTML helper that maybe could reinforce our validations and things like that, and it's just like pure HTML. So there is a way to just list elements in our view without having access to the database. In this case, it's only we can just create like the operator as an enumerator. So the numerator will hold all the values because there are just a few number of operations that we can manage in as an operator. So I can create like in the model an enumerator. Uh, okay, if it's a class, I can just adjust it to unknown. At public unknown. In this unknown, I can have like some subtract, multiply, divide, and just add something in. I'm going to close this calculator controller, calculator. Okay, instead of using directly the string, I can just referentiate our operator enum. And from here, I can just in our view, which is index, instead of having this, operator, operator. Here, can add using MVC sample dot models. So the first parameter is going to be the name, which is operator. And in here, something will break in here, obviously. Here it will be operator dot sum, operator dot subtract, operator dot multiply, and operator dot divide. So everything is going to be the same almost. I will run this. always I don't know why it compiles slow, being like on Teams. Mostly it compiles. Okay, I have select an operator. If I do calculate, okay, it doesn't mention the validation because I didn't put the validation message. Maybe I should put it here. Boop. Validation message operator. It's not important. If I put 5 and 6 and choose sum, I do calculate. How is serialize our object? 5, 6, and sum, as you can see. So it's going to do the same thing. It's going to go 11. If I go back, if I do multiplication, calculate, it's going to do 30. So it's a proper way to just select the operation that we need using enumerators. It's harmful because we just have few operations in it. So if we have just a few list of values that we might need to enforce that, okay, only those values are available for us. Yes, just we need the, maybe we use the um, yes, the numerators for that. So it's going to be more easier for us, more clean. It's a cleaner code than the previous one that it was like just hard coding some values inside of the view instead of just using the helpers that they are already created for us in order to just determine what kind of um, user interface we want.
But it is the only way to use enumeration with the drop-down list helper.
Yes.
Or we can use specify our values manually without enumeration.
Without enumeration. Mostly I just saw two ways of doing it. Is like, okay, maybe I have a drop down list from the database directly, or I have the values with this. I think we can just here put the values already here, so I can just create that select list items. I can just create like a list in here, new list of select list items, something like that. New list of select list items and have select this item as an array, and then have something like this. New select list item. We should have its constructor. We can have, let's say, the text, the value. Let's say put the value, some, something like that. And let's remove this. I'm going to copy that not to lose it. Okay, here I got this. I have the enumerable select list item. Because maybe I need to find what is the, but it's something like this. So we need to create like a list, okay? A list of select list items, and we can manually put the elements inside of it. Even we have access to do more things here also, but I don't know what is enumerable new list select list item. Maybe there is another here. Here. He's complaining about. Okay.
But okay, and there is a way to put lists inside.
Yes,
Yeah.
there is a way. Because normally when you instantiate, let's say a list, you can pass an array
Mhm.
as a first value. So I don't know why here. Oh, when we add, we don't have the return of the list item. It's just a void. Okay. Yes, but there is a way just to add the elements manually instead of just adding like an enumerator for that. But it's more practical to have the enumerator because we only only need that list of items in order to just show all the items that we have. Easily, I could have like a class, create a class like an utils class, and from that class just have the list of items from there. So it could be another way to do it. And as you can see here in this example, we just create like a HTML page, and the result we show the result in another page. But you may wonder, okay, why we can't get the result inside of the same page? Because it's kind of annoying just to have like the result in another page. Um, is There is a way to do that, um, uh, and that's what I'm going to just modify this example in order to have it in the same page. But just making sure that it compiles. Okay, compiles. Okay, the operator field is required, as you can see. Okay, okay. In here to have the result, I can put the result below below the button. I will just create like a div and put the text that I put on the result. The result of this operation is, so in here, the result of the operation is, but we need the result in here. So how can we manage that? There is an easy way to do it. Is like just adding into our model already the result. So in here, models, calculator, I just need to add our up double result. Okay, I need to stop this in order to compile it afterwards. Okay, I got the result in here. And even I will, it's going to initialize the value with 0 at the beginning. So in here, the result of the operation is at model dot result. So we need to adjust the controller in order to just make it work. What it would be the change. I just remove this. And I will change my model. So it's going to be calculator dot result equals result. And from there, I will just put return view and return the calculator. We know that by default is going to go to the index view, and because our index view in here for the calculator supports the calculator model, is going to render the result inside of the same view. So I will run this. At the beginning, it's going to be like 0 in the result, but we can even define like, okay, if there is no value already set for the, okay, what is calculator index? The result has to be with some value. You see null reference section. So I will do something here. Instead of having the value like this, I'm going to support null values for this. This is nullable values in C# are declared like this with the question mark. In here, the view, I'm going to put like if model dot result dot has value. Okay, show this. And then it's going to be model result dot value. Because the value could be null at the beginning, so we can just put the this field as a nullable. The result is going to be nullable, and we check if he has value, so it's going to show the value. So I will run again this. What is this? Model get return null. A model is null. Huh. Okay, because I don't pass anything in the model. Okay. Model different. Null. It takes a while, but eventually it will come up. Okay, so in here, if I get like 4 and 8, do a sum, calculate, it's going to present the result inside of the same page. So it's going to be the result of the operation is 12. If I do the multiplication, calculate, that's the multiplication, and the division, calculate, 0. Okay, it's not like presenting the decimals, but you get the idea of how is working this. So do you have any questions about this example? It's pretty much clear.
Actually, I'm speaking about me. It's not clear. It's confusing.
Yeah.
Can we do another example from scratch, step by step? Because this was not working when we finished, and you add something, you explain it. So
Okay.
here start the confusion for me.
Oh,
It's
okay. Okay.
if we can do another example step by step, maybe it's clearer more.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. I can do kind of a similar example, I will say, but this one I can redone it just to recap all the concepts step by step as you
Yeah,
asked.
instead of seeing codes and explain it, it's become more like
Yes.
difficult to. But when you do it step by step, maybe it will be more clear.
Okay. Okay. So I will close this
Thank
solution.
you.
I will create a new project. Next. So I will do the calculator. I don't have in mind another example right now, but you get the idea about it. So I choose the MVC project in here and then create. Okay, we have an empty project in here, and in this the first thing that I define, because we are creating like a calculator, we define our model in here in this folder, models. So I'm going to add a model, add new item. In this case, it's going to be code class. It's going to be calculator, add. So from here, we define what do we have in this calculator. We have two operands. I define as integers. Operand 1 and operand 2. Also, I define an operator. In this case, for instance, it's going to be operator like this as a string. And we define also the result that is going to print when the operation is done. In this case, I define as double, and it was result. Okay. Also, okay, this is the how we define this, but as I explained before, this operator, because it has a set of values, defined values, like the multiplication, the subtraction, the addition, and everything. So I will prefer to create a numerator for that. So in here, I will create a numerator. Called operator. I will change as a numerator. And in this enumerator, I will define the operations, sum, subtract, multiply, and divide. So when I define that, I can reference here as a enumerator operator. So we have everything in place here, and we have our calculator model, which holds two operands and one operator and the result of our operation. So when we get that, we can create our controller. We add controller. It's going to be like an empty controller. Add. In this controller, I will define calculator controller. It's a calculator controller. So by default, the calculator controller is going to have an index action. This index action, I need to define also the view corresponding to this action. So I will right click on this and go to add view. It's already selected the view, MVC5 view, and I click on add. And then here the view in Visual Studio, it allows me to choose a model. It allows me to choose a template for that view. So for me, in order not to code too much in this application, I just chosen the edit template, which comes with all the fields are created in the view with their corresponding validation. So I don't need to just create by myself. That is already covered. And then I will choose the class, the model class that I define my model. So it's the calculator model class that I define. Until here is clear until here?
Yes.
Okay. So in this case, also have some options. In these options, we have reference script libraries that allows me to do the validations in JavaScript in my view. So I just left the checkbox as is, and then I click on add. So in here I have my view, but I will make some adjustments to this view. Let's say we don't need this link. I will remove it. And then here I can define like a title calculator, something like that. I will remove this. And it's just that. So I have my view, and then if I go back to the controller, I note from the controller that the first thing that I'm going to show, let's say if I run this, so right now we only have one action for this calculator controller, which is the index action that is going to be called when we do a get in our when is the get method that is called. So the get method is when you pass in the URL just the without having any pause. If I pass calculator, just that, enter. We get this. So here this is just the get method that is going to be called, but how do we manage to save or to calculate these two operands and maybe here add the operator inside of here is by doing the post method. So here is just the get method that only it only shows the the view, the default view that we created, which is the index view, without anything because we didn't put any model inside of it. So we referentiate the model when we didn't put any data on it. So I will adjust also these links only to have the. I will go to the share layout, and here I will have like calculator is the name. Here, this is the controller calculator. And I will remove these two. Or even I don't need that. I only need here calculator app. And then calculator. So I will remove this. I don't need that. Only one link. So I will adjust also the routing just to have our first page. The calculator, I will add a route calculator, and then my default calculator index is going to be called first. So how it works, the routing calculator. Okay. Maybe I just need the one route and it will work. So by the default route, maybe I will adjust it here calculator because I don't want to controller calculator. The default route is going to be if we don't specify anything for the home, it's going to call the calculator controller and its index action. So if I go back to the calculator controller, we also need something to manage the operation. So we need to implement the post method. This is the get method only to show the the first screen with the operands and the operator, but we need the post method here. So how do we do this? Is by creating another action result with the same name. Doing an HTTP post, but handling our model, which is the calculator. I will add this as a reference. Is going to be using this. Okay, so in here I'm going to handle the operation, the calculation by passing our model, which is calculator. So in here, the calculator, we only need the result of the calculation. Oh, sorry, double result equals 0. Then I'm going to check for the operator that we have chosen, which is this. Just do the case operator sum. So I will put the calculator dot operand 1 plus calculator operand 2. We know that we can implement the other ones. Just I will implement the multiplication. Okay, from here we know that we need to return a view. In this case, it's going to be the same view, but passing our calculator object. First, I need to affect the property for our calculator to get the result. So it's going to be calculator.result equals the result that I have from the operation that I just made. So this part, are we clear with this? This part, we handle
Yes.
the values and then do the operation, then pass it to the view. Yes. Okay. So in here, we don't have the operator. Maybe I will copy it. This I will copy this first. Operator. And then I will copy this. It's not this one. Copy this to here. So select an operator, and the validation is going to be operator. So from here, we have everything, only the result. Maybe we just need to show the result. As I did in the last project, we know that the result maybe will complain, the compiler will complain, or the execution is going to break. We know that. So for our result field, we're going to do it like nullable. The result is going to be nullable. So it will accept nulls, and the result is going to accept null values. And here I can just check for the null if we know that the model also could be passed as null. So if model is different of null and the model dot operator, no, not operator, result, sorry, result has value. So if the model result has value, we can just print the result of the operation is, and add the add model dot result dot value. So we have almost everything in place, so we can just run this application. Okay, we need to be patient with this. A parse error, it says, new class, add class form controller. Something went wrong in here. Index. Okay. I will check this enum helper. Okay, I know what it is. It's because the operator needs to be, it's not recognized. This operator is not recognized, the type. So we need to reference it using calculator app dot models, and it should work. I don't know if it's going to, no. Need to rerun it. Kind of painful that the rerunning. Operator enum get that. Okay, I see. Has to be like comma in here. I will copy it from the other project because I Something was missing here. I don't know why it's... Okay, it was the drop-down list. Yes, was all this. Yes. So if I open the recent projects calculator app, so it needs just this. It was obviously the drop-down list. It should work as we expected. Only with the addition and the subtraction, the multiplication, but we can adjust that. So in here, if I go same, the result of the operation is 7. So that's how we can create our just a simple example of an ASP.NET MVC application using, we cover here the using of models and views and how we manage that within the controller. Do you have any questions about that? Is it pretty clear?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I will close this.
Just please push the code to GitHub.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
I will push the other project. So maybe this one I will just, no, I will push the other project. So in here, if I open this MVC sample 1, I will add, create and push. Okay, so if I go to so I will copy this. So it's available now for you.
Thank you.
Okay, I will close this, close all tabs, and we are going to start with a presentation. I will share a presentation. Browse. Okay. Do you see the presentation? ASP.NET MVC Essentials?
Yes.
Okay. So we are going to cover the basic aspects of ASP.NET MVC in this presentation. the routing, controllers, action, views, and areas. So mostly the routing, we're going to cover some route constraints that we can add in our project in order to just route differently other than the basic routing that is already in our projects. Controllers and actions, we are going to define the action results and filters that we can use in our MVC project. Raise our views. We're going to present the layout and sections that we can use in our project, helpers and partial views, and finally the areas. So ASP.NET MVC routing. What is this routing engine? What it does is mapping our controllers and actions and parameters. So that routing is defined in a global list of routes, which is in this namespace, and is similar to what is something called module rewrite from Apache in PHP. I think it comes from PHP, Apache PHP, the module rewrite, which is a way of changing our URL dynamically. So it has a greedy algorithm. What does it mean? Greedy algorithm is that the first match is the one that wins. So every time that we need to define a route in ASP.NET MVC, if we want to go specific, we need to put it on the top of our routes. If we put it later on the routes that we define, the order is if we want to match it, maybe it will cut from another route. So if we want to be specific, it's better to put it at the beginning on top of our routes, the specific ones. So register routes, we have a way to register in ASP.NET MVC5. It's not the case right now in ASP.NET Core. It's different. It's another kind of a configuration that we may have, but mostly in ASP.NET MVC5 is still the file global ASAX that is we are going to configure our routes by calling this code route config register routes, where we pass the routes object where we are going to define all the routes inside of it. So this is called at the beginning of our application. The application, when the application runs, is going to call first the event application start for any website made until ASP.NET MVC5. So we are going to define the routes in there. As you can see in this first line, we define routes that we are going to ignore. This was defined for, there are some like, in the past in ASP.NET Web Forms, there are some like extensions that maybe are called in between, like AXD extensions, just to trace things, but we don't use them. Even in ASP.NET MVC, it just come like a legacy with this, so we just define this ignore route just to ignore all of those extensions. What does it mean to ignore anyways? Ignore is that we won't handle it. We won't handle those routes. Is just you see you match that route, and we won't treat those requests if they are defined in an ignore route. Then we have the definition of a route. The route has always a name. It has also a pattern, which is the URL. There are some naming convention to it. So if we just define controller, action, and ID, here we can just define the default values that are going to match with this URL. If we define nothing for our URL, it's going to fill up with these default values, which are home, which is the home controller, and index, which is the index action for the home controller. And additionally, it has an ID that is optional, so you don't need to specify any ID if you go to the to your landing page, the welcome page, so the home page. There are default parameters for that kind of pattern. So another example of match for our routing, if we specify the URL localhost products by ID 3, what is going to happen is that is going to take the first part, the controller, which is going to be the products controller. Then the second part is going to be the action, which is the action defining the controller. If we just put it here by ID, it has to be defined an action by ID inside of our controller. And then if we put the number 3, it's going to be filled into the parameter ID equal 3 in our controller. So is that how is going to match for the routing. So you have the 3 parts. And then if we don't specify an ID, so let's say we put localhost products by ID without any ID, it's going to initialize our ID with 0, which is a default value in here. So we just fill these 2 values, the controller and the action that is specified in the request URL. Okay. For the home controller, which is the default, the default, if we have localhost, as I already mentioned, is going to fill with the default values if we don't specify anything. For the controller, for the action, and for the ID. Let's say we define a custom route in here. If I define the custom route and I specify localhost users are Artola, in this case, the URL match is going to be users username. So in here I can specify like which controller I would like to be called, which is users controller. Then the action by username is going to be the action by default. And then the username is, if we don't specify anything, is going to be the default value. If we specify something, the username is the value that we specify in here. In this case, is Artola is going to be the username value that is going to be put for this route, for this parameter. In the case that we don't specify anything, the username is going to be the default value because it was specifying the default values like that. But if we ever don't put anything like just users, and in this case, in the URL pattern is tries to just have an additional parameter, which is username, is going to result a not found not found page because it's not it is going to be an error in this case because the 404 is an HTML error code for not found page. So in here, because it doesn't complain with the URL pattern, because we don't have a username inside of here, this URL is going to break and is going to have the 404 error. We don't know what the username is because we didn't specify that. So other than the definition of the routes, we can do more. We can do like more custom routes in our applications. In this case, we can have something called constraints, as you can see, constraints. These constraints are working with regular expressions. These regular expressions, I don't know if you already covered regular expressions in the past, but are a way to match text or match values inside of a text. So in here, if we define a regular expression for the year, what does it mean? This is digits in a length of 4. This is a fixed length for the digits that we would like to cover. So a 4-digit number, it should be the year. 2-digit number is going to be the month, and 2-digit number is going to be the day. So we will support eventually this kind of URL to a certain thing. January 29 is going to match this URL. We can just have like an example of that. I will share my screen. I'm going to Visual Studio. And create a new project. So next, and then I'm going to define MVC routing sample, create. It's going to be MVC, create. So in here, we will define like a route as the example on the presentation. If I go to app star, then route config, I'm going to define a route here using the object routes, the route collection, routes dot. I'm going to map the route. I'm going to define a name, will be block, then an URL, which is going to be the pattern for my route. Is going to be year, and then the month, then the day, and we will add something like the title of the blog, say, as a pattern. So then I'm going to define the default values for it. Default values. So in the default values, I'm going to specify that this row is going to go to the block controller that we are going to define later on. Then it's going to hit the action by date for that controller. So then we need to define the constraints. As was in the presentation, I'm going to define the constraint for the year. So it's going to be the digit, 4-digit length, then the month, which is going to be a 2-digit length. Here, this slash is because this is special character for C#. We can just add like double backslash, and it will consider like a slash. Or if we wanted just a literal value, we put at the beginning. So we don't need to specify a double backslash. So in here, I will put also a at in front. So it's going to consider the string as it is. So if I add day at dash the characters here, and I finish this. So we define our route, which is a block route that has this pattern, and is going to be redirect our request to the block controller to the action by date action. So, and is going to comply with this kind of constraint. So I will define after our controller, right click, add controller. It's going to be an entity controller, add. I'm going to put like block controller, add. So in here, but as you can see, okay, we have the definition of our controller. I can create also my view, add view, an empty view. Nothing special in here, add. So in this view, we will actually want to capture the values of our route because we define these values here. So if we define the values, we can capture it directly in this parameter. So I can put like int year, int month, int day, and string title. And instead of yes, if I create my view, maybe I can just use the view back dot message equals to block for the year, let's say month, and day. and day, and the block, I will say here, title. Has been visited. In here, I will just format this with the values. The first value is going to be the year, then the month, then the day, and then the title. And from our view, I'm going to just render that view bag dot message. So we will try this routing. I will execute that. Let's say the pattern is the year 2021. Then there is the month, and there is the date, or March 2. And then there is the title, first block. Enter. Didn't get the, something went wrong here. Okay, I didn't define the action properly because it has to be the action by date. So here in the block controller, this is not index, it's going to be by date. I will build that. Okay, here I'm going to just specify 2021, March 2nd, title, first block, enter. The view by date or its master was not found. Okay, because I only define view, but the view has to be, instead of index, has to be by date. Sorry about that, by date. Okay, you won't work with block by date, obviously. So in here, again, 2021, March 2nd, first block, then enter. As you can see, the first block for the year 2021, month 3 and day 2 has been visited. So.
And what did you change last time?
The last one was because I defined the view index, but it's not really the view index. If I go to block controller, if I here, the view that it expect is something called by date, and it was indexed here. So it wasn't able to get to the by date view. So I just changed the name of the index to by date, and it landed on that view.
Okay.
Yes, that's the way. So it was able to put the parameters in it, and we were able to see the information of it. But there is another way to do that. Not only that, instead of just having this information parameter by parameter, is too cumbersome for any development to have too many parameters. It's better to have like a class, an object that handles that, because if you ever add something additional to the object, you could easily add it without changing the code. So instead of having this, like the parameters one by one, I will create a model. So here, models, add new item. It's going to be code class. It's going to be block, something like that. Add. So in here, I'm going to put the properties. Year, month, day, and the title. So instead of having all these parameters inside of here, I'm going to put block. Okay, I need to add the reference to it. So block and then block. From here, instead of using view back, because I don't like to use view back, I will prefer to, I can put a comment on this.
Excuse me, question.
Yes.
What view bags exactly do? Okay.
It's just an object that could hold any kind of information. The view bag helps you to use it from the controllers to the views, so you can share information from the controllers to the views, and you don't need to specify the type of the value. It's like generated dynamically. Let's say if I assign like a string inside of the message field here that I define, is going to on runtime determine that this is a string. If I put like an integer, it's going to determine that it's an integer, or any other value. You can even not only manage strings, you can manage even objects. I can just assign like my block object, and it's going to be handled by the view bag. You can put anything inside the view bag, and it's going to be shared between the controller and the view. It's
Okay.
yes.
Okay,
It's
this is
just
one.
an easy way. It's an easy way to just
Yeah.
share information, but it's not, for me, it's not the ideal way, but you can use it. It's your choice. Yes.
Another things here, I'm a little bit confused. It's here you are returning, so you are creating here an action, right?
Yes, an action.
And you return a view. When you return this view, it should be it's with the same name. I'm confusing what's view here you are returning. Let's say you
Yes.
return, yeah.
Yes. When you don't specify in anything into this view method, is going to return the view that is the same with the same name by date, the same name of the action. So if I don't specify anything, it's going to return that view. If I specify the view itself, it's equivalent this one.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
I know that it's going to be this view. The name is going to be the same, so I don't specify.
Okay. Thank you.
So in here, I can put the an object, so a model. And in my view, I can change slightly my view. Instead of using my view back, I'm going to specify the model. So it's going to be model MVC routing sample dot models dot block. So I'm going to use the block model, and then I'm going to show the same information. So it's going to be this information, the block at model dot title for the year at model dot year, month model dot month, and day. Oh, model, sorry. Day has been visited. So it's something equivalent that we already put and with a view back, but here using a model. So in here, what do we need is just pass the model into our view. I just pass directly the model, and we just need to run the application. Okay, here I will put the 2021 first block, enter, and it presents the same information, the block, first block for the year 2021, and all that we just specify. So any question about this example? Is clear?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Don't you need to put HTTP GET before this by date?
Here HTTP, no, it's by default. It's by default. If I don't specify, it's already HTTP GET, but I could specify it like this, HTTP GET, and it's equivalent. It's the same. This is like this because I'm changing while running, but it accepts the HTTP GET. It's going to be the same.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So is this example clear? You have any questions? No? Okay, so I will continue. I will share this example for you. So you have two ways to do the same thing. You can use the view bag, or you can use directly the model that you define. So for me, much cleaner is the use of a model other than the view bag, but it's just the preference for some. So in other cases, maybe the view bag is even useful. Mostly it's going to be used when you try to present error messages, but not when you treat your data and you show your data is better use a model than the view back. Here, if I go here, So in here, I'm going to add change visibility, then copy this. Oh, sorry. You didn't make it too quick. I didn't change anything. Sorry. Manage access. Manage. Change visibility. Make public. So we have the routing. Then we can continue to the presentation. Yes, left off.
Excuse me, just one
Yes.
question.
Yes.
Where did you put the values in blog object? The values, the parameter in the URL.
Ah, okay. Is because by default in the routing is going to go directly to the action by date, and all these parameters that you define here in the URL is going to be like parameters in the in this action, or can be just handled by the routing inside of an object. So because this block has defined those values, the year, the month, the day, and the title, automatically the routing is going to fill those values inside of this object. It's going to create the object block, and it's going to put inside the year, the month, the day, and the title, because those values have been specified in this pattern.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Okay, if we continue to the presentation. Okay, we were in is loading the slides. Takes a while. Yes, we were in this example. I show you. I just show that. Also, there are other kind of constraints that we can put in our application. We won't cover this, but it's just to mention that you can define like a class, a particular class that you can differentiate as an object here as a new constraint that you can define. But we won't cover that. It's like not only regular expressions that you can use, you can also use classes in order to enforce those constraints. So okay, sometimes we get messed up in a big application about all the routes that we define in our routing table. So there is a NuGet package that will help us to determine what kind of route we are using, why we can't go to our page if there is a problem in our page, why the routing engine is not working properly in our application. So that NuGet package is called Route Debugger, and then we will add in our application. and it will help us to debug our application. I will share that too. I will, how can I, if I do a stop presenting here, this will end the preferred. I want to switch presenter, select cancel to the next person. Okay, sorry. I will, let's say, if we add for this MVC routing sample managed NuGet package, and then search for route debugger, we can install it. Okay. So from here, once it's installed, it's going to add the package into our package config, also a configuration inside the web config, which is this configuration, route debugger enable equals true. So when it is true, if we run our application, if we run our application, as you can see, this is the regular landing page in our application, but it's going to append something here, which is, okay, what kind of match was made in order to present this page. And here, the first match that it went was the controller action ID, which was the default match that we have configured in every single project in ASP.NET MVC. So it shows you, okay, for the first match, it was false. For the second, with the block match, it failed too. So it resolved with the third match, which was the default match in our application. Also, I can click on other pages and it will show me how the routing worked and what was the matching that it passed or did not pass for it. This is kind of useful when you define too many routes inside of your routing table. It is not supposed to be that way. Let's say in average, you could handle, let's say, your application within 8 routes, but not too many routes, I will say. But this is kind of helpful for you. Even if I put something that doesn't exist, let's say A, B, C, D, E, enter. It will tell me, okay, this did not match, no match, okay? And it wasn't able to capture anything from any of the routes that we define in our route table. So here it tells you how it didn't match anything. It only matches the catch-all that this tool gives you to catch everything, even if it is not something that we define in our routing table. So it's kind of handy, even if we, let's say, put our first block, it will tell you, okay, the match that we have, the first match was the second route that we define, which is the block route that we define. So it's kind of handy for us, this kind of tool. And you may ask, okay, but in production, I don't want it to be called that way. I don't want something that is appended to my application. So in order just to disable this, is just to put false in it.
Sorry, what did you do? You installed the
I
debugger?
install, yes,
Yeah,
I
what did you?
installed the route debugger by adding a NuGet package. I right click here, I click on manage NuGet packages. Then I went to browse. I search for route debugger.
Route debugger? Okay.
Route debugger.
Okay.
Then I select it and install it.
Okay.
And it appends into my package route debugger in here, and also add a configuration, a special configuration in the web config, which by default it is enabled. So when every time that I run my application, it will append the route debugger in every single page. But if I want to disable this, I just put it false and it will disappear.
Okay, so you enable it by putting
Yes.
true, and then what do you do?
I put yes, yes. If I run it with true, it's just the example that I show you with the route debugger
Okay, okay.
information. But if I disable it, I just need to put false, and it will disappear that information, that additional information for my page, the routes that are working or not in my application. So we will run here. So here, because it's true, it is shown here. But
Okay,
if
so the first value says false. So where does this come? Why is it first false?
the first is false because this route doesn't match. Is the field route that is defined inside of the routing table. If I go to the route config, the field route is this one.
Ignore route. Okay.
Yes, ignore route. This doesn't match because it has nothing to do with this extension AXD. So it comes to the second one. It doesn't match that either because it's not the block control. It doesn't have that like this pattern, year, month, day, title. And then it comes with the tier one, which has by default all the values in it. So controller is the home controller, the action is index, and has the optional parameter ID.
Can we look at the code for the true one?
Yes.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
tier
So
one
the third
is
one is this. Okay.
yes. In the tier one, it will say, okay, if you don't specify anything, let's say don't specify controller, action, or ID, is going to fill out with default values, which are home and index. Home for the controller, home controller, and index for the action controller index, and additionally an optional parameter which we don't need to specify it. So if we don't have anything here specified, it's going to fall into the home controller index action, and this is precisely the index action for the home controller. So it will match this tier route.
Okay.
If we go to about, same thing, but because about is home, because it's the home controller, and about is the action, is going to match this, the controller home and the action about, without any ID parameter. So it shows you how it is how the routes are matched or not. Sometimes if we get too many routes, maybe it's kind of confusing to know, okay, which one was the one that passed or not. So it's kind of useful to have this kind of debugger.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So I think it's time for the break. So we will come back at 12. Okay. So,
Okay.
okay. See you then. Okay, we're gonna wait. Okay, we're going to wait a few minutes. Until 12:03, I will say, or maybe everyone is here. Okay, I will continue. Where we left off. Okay. Okay. We'll start in the debugging routes. So we covered that and we did the demo. Maybe I will share it in another way. The other one is more proper. Sorry. I will browse. Okay, we did the demo about the route debugger. So we will continue with the controllers and actions. So as you know, the controllers are the business logic is where the business logic is going to be. It's not necessarily the business logic, it's more like something is the part that will handle or manage the flow of the application. We can like do the business logic by calling some services directly from the controller. That's the way that is mostly used in regular applications, but just for educational purposes, the controllers, we just put the business logic inside of it, but it's not meant to do that. It's really, we call services from the controllers, and the controllers will handle the flow of the application. So the controllers are the core of, is the core component in our MVC pattern. So in order to implement the MVC pattern in ASP.NET MVC, there is a folder called controllers. So by naming convention, we just need to every time that we create a controller is like we put the name first and then a suffix controller. So our classes will be identified as a controller if it has that naming convention. So the router engine is going to instantiate the controllers for us by using the mechanism of routing that we just covered before. And all requests are going to be mapped to a specific action. That is imperative. And every controller has to or should inherit from the controller class, which is the class that is the parent of all our controllers, where are defined all the functionality of the controllers themselves. So they get access to the requests and HTTP context. I will say that HTTP context we don't use very much in ASP.NET MVC, but allows you also to get access to that particular object. It's not the right way to program our controllers. Obviously, we just need to follow the MVC pattern by passing our models and manipulate the models, and then go pass the data into our views to show the data or to present our pages. So what the actions are, they are the final destination for our controllers. They are declared public. They are non-static. It means that every time that the routing process match with the controller, it instantiates an object of our controller. So the controller is an object that has its methods and the action methods, and they are not static in that way. So the actions typically returns an action result, and there are many different kind of action results that we can present that. First of all, I'm going to present what is the when we do a request in ASP.NET MVC, we just maybe do a get or a post method by the browser. Then there is the routing engine that is going to instantiate a new controller, and is going to invoke the action for that controller. And that action is going to use the model. It's going to do some process, and then is going to call the render process for the view, and the view is going to be returned as an HTML, mostly as an HTML response, but it's not the only response that we can get from our views, and we can have we can have many different formats that we can just return to our browser, or our browser mainly. So what are those responses, those action results? The action results is the response to a browser request and inherits from action result class. And we have many different kind of action results. We have content result which returns a literal. We have the empty result, and we have many other results. I can just show you an example of that in a moment. I would like to just stop it, this presentation, and then go back to here. Okay. So if I create another project, I will call it MVC.
We cannot see your Visual Studio.
Oh, okay. The presentation. Only the presentation. Okay, just. Okay, you're able to see the Visual Studio, right? Okay.
Yeah.
MVC result sample. It's going to be an MVC project, and we are going to create that. So in here, just to illustrate how it works, I'm going to create, let's say, inside my home controller, another action result, which is going to be public action result. I will say information. And instead of creating a view or generating a view, I'm going to return a content result with a text. I display additional information. I'm going to save this. This is going to be a new content result. Does not contain constructor that takes one argument. Sorry, it was. Okay. Bar result equals new content result dot content equals this, and then I will return the result here. So I will add like a link in my layout. The link is going to be called information. Then information from the home controller. So I will run this. So it's like not mandatory to have like a view in order to present some information. We can return straight a string as a content. I will show you that. So if I click on information, it's going to return, I display additional information here. So this is another way to just return content. Also, we not only can retrieve like content like this. We can only we can retrieve also files. Let's say I create another view for the home. It's going to be at view. It's going to be the name download. Download without any model at Unload, I put nothing in this view. Just to, or maybe I don't need that view. I will need instead the action results. Sorry, public action result download. And in this case, I will use a particular kind of result. It was, let's say, if I add some content in here, I will create a folder files.
Sorry, sir. I
Yes.
can't seem to follow you. So because you're going back and forth
Okay.
from one file, can you like go step by step on what's the first step we need to do? What's the second step we need to do? Because
Okay.
I'm just trying to
Okay.
jump with you. And okay,
Okay.
so this,
Okay. Okay. I will start over. Yes.
No, yeah, just
Yes,
like,
I will start over on the download part. You get the idea about the information?
yeah.
Okay.
Just a question here, sorry. Content result is a class. Did you define a class with this name?
No.
Content result.
Content result is a class already built in the ASP.NET MVC that inherits from action result. It's a special kind of result where instead of just returning returning a view as a result, you can return directly content like string content from your controller. So as I just put this content result, I just only put this string, so I was able directly to show that information instead of just returning a view to it.
Okay.
And
Yes.
we can store only string in content result.
What do you say?
We can store. Can we store integer or double values in the content result?
Double values.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or objects.
It's
Or it only
mostly
for string.
in this case it's only a string. It's only a string, but in that case you can just convert it into a string.
And the result will return to view or no to the browser.
Yes, the result is going to be rendered in the browser.
Only the content.
Yes, only the value that we specify. So it was this text that we return into the browser. Instead of grabbing the view and render it, we just render plain text in this case.
And where can we use it for what?
If yes, it's just trying to illustrate that we not only have the ability to just render views, we also have the ability to render just text directly. It depends on the applications. You may use it. It depends on the kind of application you are working on. Let's say you might use like you can use like your application as a service, so the controller could be a service that could be consumed into let's say another application. So and it only needs just a result as a string, so you can just return it like that.
So we can return JSON string.
You can return also JSON string. There is also something you can also return JSON. JSON value, something like that. So you can just define result equals new JSON result, and you can define here the data inside of it. So you can define. I don't have the exact format of the JSON, but how we can, because this data is like an object, but I think we can just put something. Let's say I can create like a model and then put it into into this data, and it will show us a JSON.
Okay.
The result is it will be a JSON. Yes.
I get it.
Yes.
Thank you.
So in order to just do the download, public action result, the first thing we need to put in here is our create our action method from our controller. In this case, I will create an action method, public action result download. Okay, download. At the beginning it has nothing. I need to download a file. For that, I just created a folder in here, files, and I will copy a file. Maybe the outline. We'll copy this file. So I need to get what is the actual path of that file. So if I try to get the path, server map path, file, and this is outline.pdf. That's the path. This server map path allows me to get the local path of this this file inside of our web application. So this symbol represents the root of our folder, our website. So if I define the content of that as an array of bytes, IO file, okay, and then I can return bytes, and then the content type, and then a name, which will be the outline PDF. So in here, I define this action result called download, where I will read the document from our website, from the root. I will read the document outline PDF, and then I'm going to put it into an array of bytes, and that array of bytes I'm going to return it in my action result, and specify what kind of content type. It could be, I think for PDF is application PDF, but I just a general one, application octet string, and then I put a name. It could be another thing like sample PDF. It has nothing to do with the name on here. It's just the name that it will be downloaded. So once I get this, the only thing that I need to do is to add my link. my action link. Here, so I will first compile the application, see if everything is okay. So I will run it.
I have a question.
Yes.
Regarding this, let's say the type of file, which is the downloaded one.
Yes.
Can you explain more what this application
Oh, okay. It's
optics?
it's just yes. It's just the content type. Every file has particular it has its own extension and content type, the type of content that is inside of the document. For any file, by default is like application octave string is just a string of bytes. This is what doesn't mean this kind of content type. But if you would like to specify something more specific, let's say for the PDF, I think it's application PDF something. I don't remember what exactly was, but it helps to, let's say, Adobe Acrobat to be open directly from the browser. But in here, when you specify just application octave string, it will pop up the file to download.
Okay,
It's
so
not,
here you cannot open the browser. You have to download it.
Yes.
Locally, you mean?
Locally. Yes.
And then when it's downloaded, it's what the type of the file in this case will be?
The type of the file, the file, it won't change its content. The only thing is that the name, you specify the name just to have a meaningful name for the file that you download, but the content, it won't change. It will be always a PDF if you download the PDF. It won't change anything, just to specify this.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so if I run it, I click on download. Okay, well, what's the path? I think it's open. I think could not find a
files, not a file.
Oh, okay, it's files. Okay, files. Yeah. Yes. I misspelled this one. It was files. Yes. I go download, and it downloads, as you can see. Here is a sample PDF, as you can see. I don't know if you are able to see it.
Yes, we see.
Yeah.
Yes. So not only you just render views, you can also output like files. You can output literals, strings. You can output JSON. So many kind of formats that you can manage inside your controllers. It's not just limited to views. Okay, so here I'm going to share this code for you. Do you have any question about this? Did you understand?
It's clear.
Okay, it's clear. So here I will share this project. So it can be used as a service in another application. In in many projects, let's say, the way that is implemented is implemented, maybe MVC is more using like web API, which is kind of similar of the concept of MVC, ASP.NET MVC. ASP.NET Web API also has controllers and everything. So it's like defined as a RESTful services, and the RESTful services are consumed by your JavaScript application. Mostly the JavaScript application will be Angular or React that is going to consume those services. So in that case, you will encounter projects that have action that only results JSON files that are going to be consumed consumed by your front end like that. I will go to we'll make it available repositories. So it's going to be available for you. Okay. Okay, we will continue with the presentation. Okay. Stop sharing options. I struggle always with the presentation here that I would like to just stop the presentation and then go back, and always I need to re-upload it. I will check what is the option for Teams just to share that presentation, because it's kind of annoying just re-uploading and then we can go back.
But if you want, we can use because before we used the
Which one?
Zoom.
Zoom.
Maybe you are sharing not the screen, you are sharing the application itself for that.
Yes, it could be an option, but the only thing is that this because it's inside on Teams, is easier for me sometimes to just manage from inside from Teams, but I will try it out. Yes, Zoom is a good option, or even just share the whole screen. Yes, it's also a good option too. So we were in this slide. Are you able to see it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we cover content result, which returns a string literal. There is also a special result, empty result. I don't know, okay, why we need that, but it's available. And there are many others. As you can see, there is a JavaScript result that returns a JavaScript content, JSON result, redirect result, which is if you want to just redirect to another view from another controller too. Yes, and there are other results that we're going to cover after. So action parameters, what are actually the parameters that the routing engine fill out for us inside an action method. So in this case, with this URL, localhost user Artola, the parameter will be the username. So if we have this kind of URL and the pattern defined like this, so the username variable is going to be filled with the value rtola as value of the parameter. It could also be defined as a query string. In the past, we widely use query strings like this by using the question mark, and it's also supported in ASP.NET MVC. So interchangeably, you can use the shorter version, which is HTTP localhost users rtola, or you can put directly users slash by username, which is the action and the question mark and then the parameters. So it's a long way to do it, but maybe for legacy applications, it could be managed that way. Also, you can also pass parameters into a HTTP post. So there are also the selectors that we already covered, some of those. The action selectors are mostly the ones that we regularly use in web application. We have the HTTP post, HTTP get. There are mostly like the HTTP operations defined by the HTTP protocol. We have other kind of selectors. We have, let's say, non-action. What does it mean, no action? If you create an action inside of a controller, it means that nobody can get access to that method. It's like converting our action method to a regular method. If you define with the non-action, the routing process won't look at that action method. Instead, it's just ignoring that action method. If you define non-action, it becomes like a regular method. Require HTTPS, is just when you want to enforce that your action method should be accessed by using the HTTPS protocol. So it's going to be mandatory HTTPS in order to just get access to that action method. And you have another one like the child action only, that is like an action that only be used for this kind of HTML helper, HTML action. Sometimes you just want to render part of your content, like in a whole page, you just want to render a little part, and you can implement that HTML.action. So that part is part of a whole in your view. So you can implement HTML action. And if you implement HTML action and you don't want to share just little part of your view, you just define child action only. So that's so far with the action selectors. Also, we didn't mention that yet, but there is action filters defined in ASP.NET MVC. They are similar to previous versions in .NET Framework called HTTP models that are like part of the middleware in ASP.NET MVC, that every time that you access, let's say, a controller, before the controller gets executed, you you may run some code before. So, or before or after. So with those filters you are able to do that. Among all those filters, we have output cache. We have one that we are going to use widely in the application, which is the authorized filter. These authorized filters is used to avoid anonymous access to your action method. Let's say that you want to print like a report for a manager, but somebody knows the URL to get access to that report. We don't want it that report not to be secure. So in order to secure your report, you can define the authorized filter. So if somebody knows the URL, it won't get that far because it needs to be authenticated first in your application. So that's what is the use of the authorized filter in your application. There is another filter, which is validate anti-forgery token, which is widely used when you post your forms. You don't want that somebody catch your submission and just put some fake values inside of it. So this is implemented by adding a token that is just valid for you and is not valid for somebody else to catch your data and put something else. Maybe you want to do a bank transaction and you put your information, your credit card information and some sensible information in your form, and you don't want that in that somebody else will get access to that form and submit something else. Let's say change amounts or things like that. So this anti-forgery token allows you to prevent the cross-site request forgeries in your application. It's also harmful, and mostly when you do scaffolding, is put by default this validate and forgery token. So it's something to secure your application to prevent that somebody else is doing bad things in your application. Then there is a handle error, which help us to capture errors and maybe redirecting into an appropriate view. So not only we have those kind of filters that we already mentioned, we can create our filters ourselves. So, and we can even apply those filters. So in order to create a filter, we can override some methods. These are the 4 methods that we can override, but the most useful one for us will be the onAction executing. That is going to be executed just right before we get access to our controller action. So we're going to implement something for it, like a log filter. So I'm going to just try to implement that. Okay. I'm going to stop this and put the, okay, I stop presenting, okay? Stop presenting, I will check. Okay. I will. Okay. In here, I will create another project. In this case, it's going to be MVC filter sample, create. Okay. Okay, and check this. It's going to be an MVC project. So create. Okay. In here, I'm going to create a folder. Add new folder. I'm going to put filters. The folder is going to be filters. I'm going to close this and this. Then this filter is going to be add new item. It's going to be code, a class, log attribute. So this log attribute is going to inherit from action filter attribute. Okay, and it's going to implement action filter. So from here, I'm going to overwrite. It was on action executing, on result executing, no, on action executing. Okay, I'm going to implement that, and then what I'm going to do here is like I will create like a folder here. Add folder log, and then from here I'm going to I'm going to grab which controller I'm using. In here is going to be we get access to all the information about the controller that we are going to implement with this filter by using this object action executing context. In this case is the variable filter context. So I'm going to put filter context dot action descriptor dot controller name or action descriptor dot controller action name controller descriptor dot controller name. So we get the controller in this case. Then we can get the action. Going to be filter context dot action descriptor dot action name. Then we can get also the IP filter context dot http context dot request dot user host address, and then I'm going to grab the date time date equals filter context filter context dot http dot timestamp, and I will write a file. So I'm going to define the path, stream path, server, maybe filter context, filter context dot http context dot server dot map path. In this case, I'm going to access my log folder. I'm going to define the name. Maybe I will put a static name, log.txt. Log.txt. And from there, what can I think, yes.
Sorry. Okay,
yes.
so the whole point of all this is to create a log or what?
Yes, it's create a log every time that you go to a particular action. So this kind of filter, we can specify the filter for, let's say I just stop here. And this filter that I define log attribute, I'm able to referentiate here as a log. So every time that we access this action method, is going to be logged into a log.
Okay.
Yes, it's just to grab what were the bits. Obviously, this could be done differently. Let's say, okay, you grab a log for some particular purposes. Even in IIS, we have a log, but we can also have a log in our application, which actions were or have been visited in your application. So you can just create a filter in order to add a log of those actions. Here I will create like screen writer. This is IO writer. So in here I will write the information like write, let's say, what was the controller that we get access. Controller. Which one was the action for it? Action. The IP. The so in here is going to be the date. To long date string. I'm going to just write a line after. So every time that we, maybe at the beginning, maybe. So here, every time that we access to every single action in this controller is going to be save a log for the when it was accessed, what was the action, from which IP, what was the controller. In this case, I only specify the controller, home controller, but we can configure that globally too. So I will just run this application. So I can just visit and then I will check. On the log, it was the controller home, the action index, the IP is just the local IP, and this is the, okay, I could format it like the minutes and seconds like that, but you get the idea how this is working the action filters. And also, instead of just put it in every single action, I could do it differently, like putting in the controller itself, and it will work the same way. So this is another way just to, okay, I would like to log all the actions made in this controller. So you can put it at the controller level, and it's going to work the same way.
And we can have different filters.
Yes, different filters. We can manage like the context. We can just pretty much grab some information, maybe save it into a database, or maybe doing some stats and things like that. It's not just restricted for that. You can do pretty much all other things with a filter. I can just go contact again, about again, contact again, and then if I open this, contact about contact. As you can see, is I didn't specify in the action results. I specify only on the controller at the controller level, and even there is a configuration that maybe we need this filter to work for the whole application, because it's more meaningful to put it in all the controllers just as a this log. So instead of just putting in a particular controller, we can define that by adding adding the filter here. So here, this defines the filters globally. So I just need to add filters.add new log attribute. I just need to specify the namespace, and I can just get rid of this, and it will work also the same way. So in here, if I hit home 3 times, let's say 2 and 3 times, 4 times, let's say, and then go to our log, you see that is is logging also that way. So anyone have a question about this implementation of filters? Nope.
But when you called it log, it's a name of the filter or what?
Yes, the
Square
log is a,
brackets. Square brackets.
yes, is the name of the filter. So every time that we create like a filter, here the filter I define the class log attribute, but it won't take attribute, it will take only the first part, log. So
Okay.
log, I define it, let's say here as a decoration or something here, and I can just define log like this.
And we can write a log attribute that will be the same.
We can write what?
By full name.
Yes, yes, we can. If we want another attribute, we can just follow the naming convention. I can create like custom attribute, custom attribute. So this custom attribute, if I it was attribute my action filter, let's say. There are other kind of filters too, but custom attribute, say I action filter. So I can define here if I would like to use it. It's going to be custom, let's say custom. Action filter attribute, maybe it doesn't get access without this. So I don't need this because it's already implemented. And there is custom. Just need the first part of the name in order to use it.
Okay, thank you.
So I will remove this. I don't need it. And I will share that. Save. Filter sample. So in here, settings. That is just an example. We don't necessarily ask to log things in our, but it's really useful. Maybe in an application, okay, we would like to log all the actions into the database, so we just have the code to do that, and even globally. So it's always good to have it that way. So I already share, and we will continue. Okay. We were on the action filters that we just covered. We can also, let's say, okay, I can also show you, let's say, the